Good afternoon. If everyone could please settle down. Our Sergeant-at-Arms has already indicated his strong approbation. Welcome. I'm State Representative Jonathan Steinberg, co-chair of the Energy and Technology Committee. We're here today to talk about 15 bills, which we hope the majority of which will be kept alive for further consideration. And I should stress the fact that we have a good number of bills this year that are clearly works in progress, and we will in many instances beg the indulgence of members of this committee so that we can continue to work on them with the interested parties, and at the end of the day we'll see how many of these survive for votes on the floor. Beyond that, I have nothing to add other than happy St. Paddy's Day, and I'll turn it over to my esteemed co-chair.
Well, at least his co-chair. I don't know about esteemed. Esteemed. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. I think we do have a lot of different ideas on this, and we do want to move them forward for further consideration. Clearly, not everything on our agenda will make it through this session. It is a short session. We're trying to be realistic, but there are a lot of important ideas that we want to discuss. We do have one more meeting scheduled.
No, wait.
Two more meetings, so I will not say my final thank yous to everybody, but thank you for today.
But work on your remarks. We'll look forward to them. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much. I'm just looking forward to working through some of these bills. Thank you.
Senator Fazio.
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you for that pithy remark. So we will move to the next item on the agenda, which are consideration of a number of bills. The first bill on the agenda is Senate Bill 243, an act requiring a study of the design of residential electric customer bills. This is a JFS to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Needleman. Do we have a second?
Second.
And seconded. Sorry, excuse me? The LCO number, right. As I have been reminded and was supposed to be ready for, the LCO number on this one is 3335, just so we're all clear, so you can play along at home. All right, we have moved to second. Are there any questions or comments with regard to this bill? Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Breaking out different charges in the electric bills a couple of years ago, I think, was an important policy innovation to provide transparency, or at least more transparency to the public in order to inform them what they're paying for. We all know in Connecticut that the electric bills are too damn high, and having some more public understanding of what they're paying for was an important innovation. I am sure that there are ways in which that could be improved. There are also ways in which it could be made worse. So theoretically, I and I'm sure other members of the committee will be open-minded to proposals going forward. However, we did redesign this 2 years ago through legislative orders as well as through a pure docket in a way that did improve public understanding and transparency. So for those reasons, I at least today will be a no on this proposal. It should be added that, for instance, there are probably a couple of charges among the 50 to 60 in the public benefits section that might be better suited in another portion of the bill. At the same time, there are portions of the supply section, including the renewable portfolio standard charges, some of which are captured there rather than in the public benefits, that because they are as a result of legislative acts would be better suited in the public benefits section. So I think a lot of the constituent parts could go in different directions, and I hope that if this bill does pass into law, that will all be part of the consideration. But broadly, there was cost entailed to this innovation in adding transparency to the bills. It was an important innovation in policy to add transparency and public information to all that we are paying for, including acts initiated by this state government over the years. And I do have some skepticism that is the reason for me voting no today. But I hope if this does go forward, that all these points will be part of the consideration in the studies entailed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I think you make a very important point. We just did this a couple years ago, and it cost a fair bit of money to actually implement it. For us to be considering changing it again so soon is an indication of how important it is for us to indicate transparency as we go forward. But I think some of the issues you raised as to how we break it out is still open for conversation, and that's where we hope to go. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I certainly agree with my colleague on the fact that we did just do this. I would like to add in that with our bill last year, we actually charged OCC with coming in and breaking out each of the charges on the public benefits. So I'm not sure that this is the year necessarily to break this out, because I think having that information when we get that will be important information as we try to break it out. The other part that's not necessarily in here, but what I'm hearing from constituents is the same issue on our gas bill. There seems to be a lot of opacity within the gas bill. It just says transmission, it just says supply. There's some confusion about what that, or not transmission, distribution, what that actually is in with that delivery charge. And those rates have certainly gone up. So I think some transparency there maybe should be considered when if we're talking about redesigning bills, that I think that should be considered in the future as well. I will be a yes on it today, but I also have some reservations. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I hadn't thought about the gas bill, and we haven't had a real conversation about it, but transparency should work for all customers, so that's a good point. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a simple question on this. And again, we just redid this. Some of those concerns might have been put to use then. It costs a considerable amount of money, but who would be paying for this? Would this be put on the EDC? Would this be put on the consumer? Would this be put on the state? Who would be paying for it according to the way this bill is laid out?
I was going to say it's going to be in public benefits, but I'm not going there. Senator Needleman has a response.
Yeah, I think all bill redesigns are paid for by the EDCs and are eventually passed on in rates. All and any changes to the bill.
That was what I thought, and for that reason, I'm going to be a no on this. We're already too high. I don't care if it brings it up a nickel for somebody's bill. We have to be working the other way, and this could be done as a study and a redesign concept as to what needs to be laid out from different areas, as both ranking members have brought up. So I'm going to be a no on this at this point. I love the transparency, but I don't love the cost being passed on to the consumer at this point. Thank you.
Representative raises a good point. Senator Fazio for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the indulgence. And the one thing I did want to add is, in the same way that the state government publishes the budget online accessibly every 2 years, having accessible information on what is entailed in all the charges every year, every 2 years would, I think, add transparency as well, not just to the general public, to some who pay very close attention to this, the journalists, reporters, so on and so forth. So I think part of what I would want to see, and this has been something that Representative Mara and others in our conference have proposed, is to have a broken out set of costs in the public benefits and other sections of the bill online periodically, for the purpose of public understanding, in the same way that we can all access the state budget and all its costs online as well. Thank you.
Interesting concept. It reminds me of the old phrase, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. We could do all this work, but we have to make sure people actually read the bill and discern. So maybe we can throw in like a sweepstakes with a quiz. If you get all the answers right, you get a month off on your public benefits or something along those lines. But I'm being semi-facetious, but we could do all these things and make the bill 20 pages, But if people don't read it, we haven't accomplished our goal. So we have to make it accessible, not just transparent. So that's one of our challenges going forward. Other comments or questions? Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to say, in regard to Senator Fazio's comments, I agree. When this whole issue came up in Senate Bill 7, it was certainly not my focus as we were pulling that bill together, and that was a very collaborative effort. That's why it passed 36-0 in the Senate, I believe. However, when the issue of the transparency and breaking the bill apart into more categories came up, I had no problem with it because I do believe that transparency is quite important. The public should know what they're paying for. But I also believe that timing in life is everything. And the moment at which these numbers added to the cumulative misinformation around what was going on and what was causing the spike in bills, to me, left a very, very sour taste in my mouth. And I'm not naive to politics. I think that nothing that has happened in this committee or in the General Assembly with regard to energy policy has been outside the bounds of what I would consider normal political behavior. That said, I think that the public understanding, and it was not necessarily coming in the political discourse side of it or in the political portraying of what was going on, the public presumption here, to me, ended up being awful. That we had a pandemic, we had a war, we had enormous spikes in, and I'm talking about the war in Ukraine, not the war that we're in now, because we don't even know the impact on our bills that this war is going to have. We're not in a winter heating season, thank God. But the spike in our costs were very much driven by having to ship tankers of natural gas to Europe because the Russian pipelines got cut off. It really jolted the markets, and the bills went up to an extraordinary extent. There were other decisions that were made with regard to how we were handling some of the more complicated issues around the Millstone deal. That said, what felt to me like was happening was that the public benefits was being singled out. It's 4 cents on your bill per kilowatt hour. If you get rid of all of them, we're still going to be in the top 10 most expensive states in the country because New England suffers from having historic issues with energy costs that may or may not ever be able to be remedied. That's why energy efficiency is so important. Kilowatts that you don't use are the kilowatts that you're not paying for. That said, I felt like in the public, and I want to, again, qualify that I don't think anybody at this table did this, but the public perception was that the bill was so high because poor people were being given a benefit that we actually felt was going to pay itself back, and that was the low-income discount rate. So the general sense that I got from my social media page and from my interaction with people every day, because it's the thing that people sort of talk to me about all the time, is why am I paying for those people's bills? And I thought that whole thing was reprehensible. I did my best to try to clarify the record, but it's one more time when the cost of government is being thrown onto the backs of poor people as they are the reason that taxes are so high. They are the reason why we have deficits. They are the reason why your electric bills are high. Civil society, American society, the richest country in the history of the earth, should have the ability to make sure that there's a bottom and a floor under what is acceptable as the lowest standard of living. Not saying it has to be luxurious living, but I hate what this society has become since the 1980s, where poor people are blamed for everything. So my desire, because this is my bill, my desire here, taking the cost of redesigning a bill into account, yeah, taking that into account, and certainly wanting to study this properly, because we can't have 46 categories on an electric bill, although I do believe if you use that QR code, you get a better explanation, so it's available to people, but no one looks at that, including me. Everybody just looks at a number, and it has become the political topic du jour. And again, if it was blaming the politicians, I could tolerate it, because I'm a politician and I'm supposed to tolerate it. But if it's blaming poor people, I have no patience for that. So I want to clarify that I want clarity on the bill. I think that the things that are related to energy procurements and long-term decisions, you want to call out renewables. I think that most people in the state of Connecticut support air quality, water quality, doing our part with regard to climate change, propagating more distributed generation. I think these are all things that the majority of the people of the state support, but I think that it became something different. Circumstances and timing were certainly a part of that. So I strongly urge my colleagues to support this. Nothing will happen without thorough vetting at PURA, and I think that it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I'll just reiterate that I think this is a worthy exploration at this point, but that unless we can come up with a solution that actually does a better job of explaining things, I wouldn't be interested in spending a lot of money just to basically rearrange the deck chairs. Are there any other comments or questions? If not, Madam Clerk, we're ready for a vote.
All right, this is a roll call vote on Senate Bill number 243, an act requiring a study of the design of residential electric customer bills, JFS to the floor with LCO number 3335. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes.
Senator Fazio,
No.
Representative Mara,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Maroney,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico, Representative Gresco,
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Horn votes yes.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
Mashinsky, yes.
Representative Piscopo,
No.
Representative Yacarino, Representative Buxbaum,
No.
Representative Constantine, Representative Buckby,
No.
Representative Foster, Representative Jensen,
No.
Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Ali Brennan, Representative Baumgardner,
Yes.
and then I see you online, Rep. Sanchez. Would you like to vote?
Yes.
When those cases are, something's
I
identified,
can't see you. Do you mind turning your camera on?
Can you see me now?
Yes. Do you
Rep.
mind just
Sanchez
repeating?
votes yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will be keeping the votes open. We anticipate till 5 o'clock, depending on how things go here. But there are a number of other meetings going on today, and legislators will be coming in and out, and a number of people, I'm sure, will still vote before the 5 o'clock deadline. Moving along to item 2 on the agenda, Senate Bill 244, an act requiring a study of the renewable energy certificate market. This is a JFS to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Fazio. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Buckby. Discussion. LCO number, right. 3414. Make a note of it. So now we can have an honest and open conversation, now that we know the LCO number. Representative Mara?
I move that we open a consent calendar and add this to the consent calendar.
Are there any objections to opening a consent calendar or adding item 2 to such a consent calendar? While we're on the subject, should we add some more items to the consent calendar?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can add items 2 through 9, as well as item 12 and 14.
Thank you for that. I will go through this list so everybody's clear what's in here. Anyway, as I was saying, we've talked about item 2 on the agenda. This would also include item 3, Senate Bill 245, an act eliminating certain tax incentives for data centers. That's a JF, but that's a change of reference to finance, revenue, and bonding, to be clear. Item 4 is Senate Bill 246, an act requiring a study of natural gas rates for commercial and agricultural customers. That's a JF to the floor. Then we have item 5, Senate Bill 320, an act establishing a working group concerning electric transmission facilities and electric grid capacity planning. That's a JF to the floor. Item 6 would be included Senate Bill 321, an act concerning requirements for certain excavation projects. That's a JFS to the floor, and the appropriate LCO is 3355. Next would be included item 7, House Bill 5245, an act concerning municipal electric aggregation programs. That's a JF to the floor. Item 8, House Bill 5246, an act concerning the legislative commissioner's recommendations for technical revisions to statutes concerning energy and technology. That's a JF to the floor. That's just our tech bill. Item 9 is House Bill 5247, an act concerning a test bed technologies program and the Jobs Connecticut tax rebate program. That's currently a JF to the floor, but there will be changes after we move the bill through. Moving to item 12, also included is House Bill 5336, an act concerning advanced nuclear energy. That's a JF to the floor. And finally, for the consent calendar, item 14, House Bill 5338, an act concerning the designation of certain service providers for purposes of the federal Lifeline Services benefits. That's a JF to the floor. So we have all those items on the consent calendar. Before we go, would anybody like to have a conversation about any of those items?
Yeah.
Representative Marr?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of note, I guess I would like to add in that we did, with the JFS language for the RECs, we did move that forward. So we'll have that information coming into next session, so we'll have that available. The other one I would like to add is, and when we talk about the, I'm looking for the farm one. Okay, SB 246. obviously we want to move this forward. I think that as we discuss this in the future, this is looking at the study of natural gas rates for commercial agricultural customers. I think that we probably need to be looking at the electric rates for some of our agricultural customers too, if we're just studying this. That'd be a conversation I'd be interested in having in the future on this as well, because we know that our farmers were really struggling with these costs. Thank you.
For that, maybe they could install solar in a better business. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And echoing some of Representative Mara's comments, some of these pieces of legislation are works in progress, and I think yes votes from some of our members today don't necessarily indicate complete support, but support for moving the concept forward. I think that, many will want to see continued discussion and questions answered on Senate Bill 321 regarding excavation projects and the exact language that should move forward, House Bill 5245 and the municipal aggregation and how that's designed, and so on and so forth. But for today, certainly we will vote yes on consent. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We really appreciate your accommodations to get these out of committee. I would say virtually all of them are works in progress in some fashion or another, and their viability for votes on the floor will depend upon our ability to negotiate and get to a point where we're all comfortable. Are there other comments or questions? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Fazio had mentioned the municipal aggregation bill, and I have heard from a handful of constituents about the concerns we heard in the public hearing regarding the potential to destabilize standard service. So I think guardrails for that would be important, especially in a smaller service territory like UI. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good point. Thank you for that, and we will add that into our consideration frame. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to just stay on that topic real quick, 5245. I think the other side of that can be really beneficial is the intent of third-party supply was to help save people money on that. And I think this can help that situation in opening up to more people, as long as those people who are locked into something and want to stay that way don't get pulled out because their municipality decides to do otherwise. My understanding is they have the option to opt out before they're switched over. And I think that's a critical piece of my saying yes to this. They have the opportunity to stay with who they'd like to and not just get dumped out to another, get slammed like that used to be, with people just pulling people out and putting you somewhere. This is critical that people still have that choice, but as a municipality can move forward. So to the good representative's concern about people paying more or upsetting the standard service rate, I would say this strengthens our third-party supply concept, which is what's intended to be to save people money and give people options as well. So I think this really can benefit the entire program and can be beneficial to ratepayers in general. So with that caveat that they have the opportunity to opt out, I'm certainly in support of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I think you hit that nail on the head, Representative. Most of the testimony we've seen with regard to this bill really centers on the opt-in, opt-out aspect. There's still choice, but those are very different types of choice. And that's what we're going to have to wrangle if this bill is going to move forward. Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to comment on one thing that Representative Mara said. First of all, I do appreciate collaboration, that we trust each other enough to know that a lot of these bills are works in progress. I just want to talk about the farm bill for gas rates, that as we know, anything we do special for any one group results in a cost shift to other groups. And a couple of years ago, I think before the good representative was in the legislature, we had a very, very impassioned conversation about houses of worship, where they had Sunday schools of very, very, very limited use. And because they're considered commercial establishments, they were subject to demand charges that turned out in many, many times to be almost as much as their bill was. We were incredibly sympathetic. We directed PURA to do a study on that. I think that, the minute we start doing cost shifts, there's going to be a lot of people at the gate. But I support the farmers and want to help. We just have to be aware that we're sort of treading onto thin ice here. We're all sympathetic to specific groups out there, but we're representing the entire population of the state. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Senator D'Amico.
Don't I wish?
So close, Senator. Representative.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to offer a couple of comments on item number 7, and I would like to request that it not be put on the consent calendar. Am I too late to do that?
No, you are not.
Okay, so thank you. A couple minutes ago, you mentioned that we had significant testimony in favor of House Bill 5245 concerning municipal electric aggregation programs. We also had significant testimony that raised some concerns about these programs that I would like to highlight. So we had testimony from AARP, we had testimony from DEEP, and we also had testimony from the Office of Consumer Counsel. AARP testified that this policy will cause higher electricity rates by destabilizing the scale of the standard service pool of customers. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, Commissioner Dykes, noted that the language currently in the bill also allows a municipal aggregator to charge prices higher than the standard service rate, which she was troubled by. And then the Office of Consumer Counsel, in talking about House Bill 5245, noted that this bill does not include several critical consumer protections that the Office of Consumer Counsel has previously articulated that are essential to any program being considered in Connecticut, and therefore they oppose the bill as drafted. So, Mr. Chair, I know there was significant testimony in favor, but there's also significant testimony that I just outlined in opposition. So I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And as you said, we noted the fact that it was very divisive and there were interesting arguments on both sides. And clearly this bill is by no means finished. And unless we can resolve this really critical issue of the opt-in versus opt-out, it really does put the bill's viability in jeopardy.
So therefore, I guess that begs the question, why is this on the consent calendar?
As up to this point, nobody had objected other than you. But we will remove it from the consent calendar with everybody's understanding, and we will vote on it separately. Is there anything else you'd like to address?
I would, as a matter of fact, Mr. Chair. I'd like to address item number 9 that's on the consent calendar, or at least for now on the consent calendar, and that would be House Bill 5247, an act concerning testbed technologies program and the Job CT tax rebate program. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair, but I believe that Section 1 of this bill is substantially similar to the bill that failed in the House of Representatives last year. Am I correct in that assumption?
I vaguely recall late in the session some conversation that led to this bill not moving forward. Yes, it is substantially the same because that's really kind of the heart of the bill. So to your point, there are changes and there are further changes that have been contemplated since we've had testimony that would go into a revised version of this bill. But if your question is with regard to aspects of Section 1, there are significant similarities.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Now you mentioned that there might be some changes, but traditionally, don't we see those changes in substitute language at this stage of the process?
We typically do. Given the size of the agenda and number of bills we had, we decided to be efficient and get it out of committee and then do that work. But yeah, we'd be glad to share the language that we've been considering with you.
Okay, but again, today I'm not being asked to vote on future language. Today I'm being asked to vote on the language that's in front of me, which is the JF language. I haven't seen any JFS language, Mr. Chair. So I just want to be clear. We're voting on the language of the raised bill. Are we not?
As we always do, Representative.
Okay, so it would now be the appropriate time to belabor this committee with my objections that I raised on the House floor last spring, or should we save that for another time?
I certainly couldn't dictate to you on that point, but I certainly would not encourage you either.
Well, even without your encouragement, Mr. Chair, I'm going to just outline a couple for you, just so that we all know where we stand here. So first of all, this bill was rejected, or at least Section 1 of this bill was rejected by the House last year in a pretty unusual move, as you may recall. And I noted at the time, and I will note again, that this bill, a version of this bill substantially similar to this bill was vetoed by the governor a couple of years ago. And in his veto message, he noted that this concept, this bill, as presently presented to us, undermines the successes of the existing Connecticut Innovation Program, and that it creates significant administrative mandates for DECD and DAS and OPM. And just to, in a nutshell, Mr. Chair, my concern has always been that this bill, this legislation, turns the procurement process on its head, and it really causes it to be a vendor-driven process as opposed to a process that's driven by the agencies who are the ones who are ultimately going to acquire this new technology. So I think it's a really problematic bill. I don't see that it has been substantially changed, as you just acknowledged. So I'm going to have to oppose it at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I anticipated that you might have issues with that. Suffice it to say, I disagree with the governor's characterization of the bill that he vetoed 2 years ago. And this should be enabling legislation that makes the agencies involved more nimble and actually prepares good vendors for them to consider in advance. Calling it vendor-driven, I think, is an interpretation I would not agree with. But duly noted, we will remove item 9 from the consent calendar based upon an expectation of some no votes. I hesitate to ask, is there anything else?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Whew. Okay. So we've removed items 7 and 9. Representative Mara.
Thank you for acknowledging me for the second time. I just wanted to, as I was going back and looking at my notes, I just wanted to make note that I think SB 321, obviously some of these are still a work in progress, but I believe that this one still has some issues with our telecoms. So maybe this will be something we work on in the future before it gets out on the floor.
Absolutely. Thank you for that comment, Representative. So on this basis, are there any further comments on the items that at least were on the consent calendar when we started? If not, we will put that aside for the time being. And in that case, we will take on item 7 on the agenda, which is House Bill 5245, an act concerning municipal electric aggregation programs, LCO 3355. Do I have a motion? So moved. Moved by Senator Needleman, a second. Seconded by Representative Buckby. Are there any comments on 7? Representative D'Amico, would you like a second bite?
No, I would not, Mr. Chair. I think I've made my objections clear, and I think I've made the objections of the Office of Consumer Counsel, the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, and the AARP quite clear, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you. And by the way, I was in error. LCO 3355 was item 6. So this is a JF to the floor without any change in LCO. Thank you for your comments, Representative. Are there other comments or questions with regard to the municipal aggregation bill? If not, we will have a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
This is a roll call vote on House Bill number 5245, an act concerning municipal electric aggregation programs, to be JF to the floor. Senator Needleman?
Yes.
Representative Steinberg?
Yes.
Senator Fazio?
Yes.
Representative Mara?
Yes.
Representative Sanchez?
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes no.
Representative Gresco,
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Representative Horn, Representative Horn, Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
For today, no.
Representative Piscopo,
Yes.
Representative Yacarino, Representative Bucksbaum,
Yes.
Representative Constantine,
Rep. Constantine votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
Yes.
Representative Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Representative Jensen,
Yes.
Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Ali Brennan, and Representative Baumgartner.
Rep. Baumgartner votes yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And once again, we will be holding votes open till 5 p.m. today. And now we move on to item 9 on the agenda, House Bill 5247, an act concerning a testbed technologies program and the Jobs Connecticut Tax Rebate Program. This is a JF to the floor. As we had talked about, changes are expected, and we will be discussing that at some future point. Do I have a motion? Moved by Senator Nealman. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Buckby. We've got a trend going here. Yeah. Comments or questions? Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is a trend, and it's kind of strange to see the good senator and I agreeing so evenly and so nicely. It's wonderful. No, I wanted to respond to my good friend and his comments in opposition of the bill. I think it's fair points brought up, and the fact that this has been before us a few times in both the House and Senate chambers, and the governor's take on it. But the way I see this is more of a technology piece than anything else. This is giving opportunity. Personally, I think this bill kind of belongs in commerce as much as it does in energy and technology, because it gives the opportunity for people outside of Connecticut to come here and establish new technology and new business here, which I'm sure I would love to see in the best town in the USA, in New Milford, or in the good town of Essex right up there, or even in Farmington or Glastonbury. I'm sure would love to see those lovely new businesses step in and be a part of things. I think this is something we need to work aggressively on to get across the finish line so that we can move the state forward in new technology. New technology, Mr. Chair, is going to help us in the energy side as well. I've been a firm proponent of that for many years, that there are so many other things we can do that are green energy opportunities. And if we can bring in some people from outside of Connecticut that can establish here in Connecticut, we should do everything we can in our power to do so. So I think this is a great bill to offer that. I appreciate my good colleagues' opposition, but in the same breath, I think we really need to step forward and do something that's pro-business, that's not hurting anyone, and really open those opportunities to some people outside of Connecticut to come here and see what an amazing state we have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I think you raised some good points. Certainly our intent is to make new technologies, which are evolving all the time, available to agencies that have their arms full just taking care of business on a day-to-day basis. This is aimed at making it easier for them to access new technologies, not putting a burden or any requirement on them to do so. So thank you for those distinctions. Any other comments or questions with regard to this bill? If not, Madam Clerk, we're ready for a vote.
This is a roll call vote on item number 9 on the agenda, House Bill number 5247, an act concerning a testbed technologies program in the Job CT tax rebate program to be JF'd to the floor. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes.
Senator Fazio,
Yes.
Representative Mara,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney, Senator Maroney, Senator Maroney,
Yes. Senator Maroney votes yes.
thank you. Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes no.
Representative Gresco,
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Representative Horn, Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
No for today.
Representative Piscopo,
Yes.
Representative Yacarino, Representative Bucksbaum,
Yes.
Representative Constantine,
Yes.
Representative Buckby,
Yes.
Representative Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Representative Jensen,
Yes.
Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Winter,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
No.
Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Ali Brennan, Representative Baumgartner.
Rep. Baumgartner votes yes.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, we will hold the votes up until 5 p.m. Let's move on to item 10 on the agenda, House Bill 5248, an act concerning energy efficiency and transmission planning. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion? Moved by Senator Newman. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Mushinski. This is the governor's bill, I believe. The deep bill, excuse me, which once again encourages us to seek greater efficiency across a wide range of opportunities. Are there any questions or comments? Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am concerned about this proposal and will be voting no today. It gives deep, substantial power to set regulations on different appliances and their energy usage, and that obviously could entail, in the future, under certain circumstances, less consumer choice and higher costs. So for today, I certainly will be voting no on this proposal.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Needleman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I have had strong feelings about this bill with DEEP in the past, because it is kind of prescriptive, they have really worked to tailor down items that have a payback in a very short amount of time. So I forgot if it was 12 or 18 months, but the savings in utility costs were so significant based on them carving the prior proposals up, that I think that this is in the best interest of the commuters, takes into account renters because it is such a short payback. And we're really, going back to my earlier comment about grid stability at peak times, we everything we can save by not hurting consumers, but that end up lowering demand on the system will be helpful. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Senator Needleman hit the nail on the head. Thank you.
Thank you for that validation of Senator Needleman. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. But to your point, this is one thing we can do that affords consumers the opportunity to reduce their energy costs. So it is certainly worthy of further conversation. Any other comments? Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it dances a very difficult line, too, of allowing consumers the opportunity to choose what they want to choose and the government telling them what they can and cannot purchase. I think it does hurt that renter who might not be able to afford a certain air conditioner, let's say. If that happens to be what it is, they can afford what they can afford. And I think this opens that hole a little bit bigger than I'm afraid that people would fall into. I like the intent. I appreciate the intent, but I can't support this bill as is written. I think it takes away too much from the consumer to be able to have that opportunity to choose what they want to choose and what they can afford to do. So, again, I appreciate the intent, but unfortunately, the way it's written, I'm going to be a no on this bill today.
Thank you. I think you raise a valid point, but we've also seen over the history of time, for example, the types of refrigerant that was used in refrigerators have changed over the years, and we've chosen to promote one technology over the other technology. So there are times in which, for the consumer's own benefit, we have to at least push them in the right direction. Representative?
I wouldn't be opposed to an incentive for them to do so, more so than really a mandate that they have to do. You can't buy this, you're not allowed to buy that. I think an incentive to someone buying something more energy efficient, great idea. I think there's been plenty of money collected in that regard too, that's on the public benefits portion of the bill, that's more towards energy efficiency. I think that's great. But I think that, again, this falls back on that renter who can't afford maybe to buy the higher end line or doesn't have the opportunity to buy something that could affect their entire place they rent. I'm concerned about, again, the path that this leads to, that yes, a refrigerator that has better efficiency, yeah, it helps the grid, it helps the standard, but it doesn't necessarily help what that person can afford to do right there in that moment, or they might not be able to bring into their apartment or might not be able to buy for their apartment building. So I think it's restrictive to renters. I think it's, again, well-intended, but I can't get on board with, telling people what they can and can't buy from the government. I think I have a tough time with that.
Thank you, Representatives. Representative Mashinsky.
We're lagging behind the rest of New England and the Northeast right now, and the folks who have already made the change in energy efficiency appliances are Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont, New York, and New Jersey. So it's just us in New Hampshire right now. We will be the folks that get handed the less efficient technology because everyone else in New England doesn't want it. And that's not good for our consumers. It'll use up more electricity, more water, and I think it's time we join the rest of our group in New England.
Thank you, Representative. So we have some differing points of view here, but perhaps we can get the bill out of committee and have that further conversation. Other questions or comments? If not, Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
This is a roll call vote on item 10 of the agenda, House Bill number 5248, an act concerning energy efficiency and transmission planning, to be JF to the floor. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes.
Senator Fazio,
No.
Representative Mara,
No.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney, Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Rep. Horn votes yes.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
Shinsky, yes.
Representative Piscopo,
No.
Representative Yacarino, Representative Bucksbaum,
No.
Representative Constantine,
Yes.
Representative Buckby,
No.
Representative Foster, Representative Jensen,
No.
Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Ali Brennan, Representative Baumgartner,
I think it's dead, right?
Rep. Baumgartner votes yes.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, we're holding the votes up until 5. Moving to the next item on the agenda, item 11, House Bill 5249, an act amending the charter of the South Central Connecticut Regional Water Authority concerning the potential acquisition of a water company. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 3100. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. This, as you will recall, changes the governance structure for the new entity to create a majority for Aquarian communities over the RWA communities, but additionally also now places a quasi-public of this nature under the full jurisdiction of PURA and all of their oversight capabilities. Comments? Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to commend the work of several people, at least, on this piece of legislation and the efforts to draw attention and scrutiny to this proposed transaction, which will have a substantial effect on utility customers in Western Connecticut and Southeastern Connecticut. Chairman Steinberg deserves immense credit for helping to move this piece of legislation forward this year. I think Consumer Counsel Coleman deserves enormous credit for flagging the potential risks and higher costs to consumers, since the original special legislation was proposed nearly 2 years ago in a special session in the dark of night. Representative Mara and many others deserve credit, as well as the municipal leaders, for speaking up. When we contemplate regulated monopolies and utilities, it is important that we have regulatory oversight. It is important that there is a naturally adversarial relationship with a regulator that exists to protect consumers against a company when we give them monopoly powers. You know, I put my free market bona fides up against anyone, but there is a reason to have government and consumer oversight, especially in circumstances like utilities regulation when we have natural monopolies. And PURA, for whether you agree with them or disagree with them on constituent issues, in its totality represents that entity that should exist in order to protect consumers and check increasing utility rates. The original legislation that passed with the governor's signature would remove that natural and sophisticated oversight for utility rates in the new Aquarian Water Authority region under the circumstance where it would be purchased by the Regional Water Authority. And that could substantially remove protections from consumers. You know, advocates for the new structure might say that, well, there's going to be a policy board to regulate those rates with members of the different municipalities as a part of that board, but that board has not said no to any rate increases in the RWA region for many, many decades. And not only that, they simply do not have the resources and the tools that PURA does in order to examine and push back on rate increases by the utility. That oversight needs to be there, and that is one of the reasons why I'm supportive of this proposal today. If you listen to the debate on the Senate floor almost 2 years ago, when the special session was called, without more than 2 days of notice to the public that this substantial policy change was going to be made, it was contemplated in debate among those both in favor and against the legislation that PURA would have broad oversight to protect the public interest when ruling whether the transaction should happen or not. yes, we all knew at the time that Pura would not be setting rates under the legislation that was being debated, but at least it was admitted by both supporters and opponents on the Senate floor that Pura should at least have broader oversight in whether this transaction could occur at all, if it were to occur, and that they would have broad ability to consider the public interest. And this legislation is simply clarifying that. It is not changing it. It is clarifying that, the understanding that so many of us had both for and against the legislation on the Senate floor. Go back to the video, listen and watch the debate, and you'll see exactly that understanding. It creates a more fair scenario. This legislation creates a more fair representation on the board between the AWA and the RWA regions. The AWA would have about twice as many customers as the RWA region, but under the existing law that was again passed in the dead of night without public input, the area with 1/2 of the residents would have more representation on the governing board. I don't know how many people in this body would support the minority delegation having majority rule. Maybe we can re-examine as a body more broadly. Fourth, yes, it was a joke. Fourth, there is concerns about costs. First of all, being able to charge the entire purchase price back to consumers rather than a fraction of the purchase price. The interrogatories in the case that show that there could be a 65% rate increase if this acquisition goes through over the next 10 years without Pura's oversight. The fact that the existing RWA structure at cost to consumers is about 40% higher than the legacy AWA region, according to Office of Consumer Counsel analysis. All of these raise concerns as part of the reason why we saw such broad opposition in the Aquarian region to this type of transaction. And finally, I'll say, talking to and meeting with many residents and constituents in the RWA region, they're broadly okay with the service they're getting, and that's to the credit of the RWA. And similarly, in my constituents are broadly happy with the service they're getting in the AWA region. That does not, I am worried that by putting so much more on the plate of the RWA, which historically has been limited to a couple 100,000 consumers in a specific geographic area, could put the existing RWA customers at risk, imposing a lot more liability on them, expanding the jurisdiction of that new entity by a factor of 3. Finally, I'll say I am glad that this proposal got a public hearing, was subjected to public debate, was negotiated between members of different parties, and is being advanced through this committee in the right way. The way that the original law was passed should not be how any law is passed, with the entire topic being introduced to the public just 2 days before it's passed into law. Billions of dollars of policy making with substantial liability to consumers who are paying too much already being passed in the dead of night without public input, without public hearings. This bill is going through the legislature in the right way, and I would like to call on the leadership of this state government to pass it expeditiously, because this is time sensitive and it does need to be passed into law to the benefit of our consumers all across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. You made a number of good points, but I'll just dwell on the fact that this is not intended as a criticism or indictment of either Aquarian or RWA, who have been providing good service to their customers. We would just want to make sure that continues for the longest time. And this is a timely piece of legislation, because right now Pura is having a hearing on this very subject. So it certainly is topical. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I echo Senator's good comments about the involvement of our municipal leaders, and both certainly across the aisle in raising not just ratepayers' concerns, but those reservoir towns that have enjoyed a good relationship with Aquarian and have worked over many years at establishing a more fair payment in lieu of taxes revenue stream for their towns. And again, disrupting that understanding, even though there was a proposal by RWA to not go below what had been established, it doesn't really cover any future concerns, especially with a very debt burdened acquisition. So I just wanted to raise echo the good senator's comments about the legislative intent, and that the legislative intent of this is clarifying the legislative intent originally, that PURA would have oversight and look out for the best interests of ratepayers and future ratepayers, as well as all the impacted towns, and to make sure that the governance structure going forward, if this acquisition completes, that it's fair. It's fair to the entire region, and that they have meaningful impact on the governance going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other, Representative Mashinsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand you're trying to protect consumers. My concern is that local control is very critical here to serve the public best. And I know at one point last year we were looking at a possible acquisition by a San Jose, California company, which really alarmed me that somebody from California was interested in purchasing the company. And it is so vital. It is so vital that we protect our water supplies and that we have sufficient investment in them to keep the water clean. We have the #1 highest quality water in the U.S. of A., and I do not want to ever lose that ranking. I would prefer to stay with a Connecticut company like RWA, which has a long track record of careful stewardship, and I would never want to see a company come in from out of state to take over our company and then start to cheapen the service. So I'm very happy there's a local player here, and I would like to have that merger happen. I am happy with what we did last year, and for that reason I will be opposing the bill.
Thank you, Representative, but I should just point out that this deal can actually go through with the changes that we're recommending in this legislation, so they're not mutually exclusive. Other comments or questions? If not,
Yes.
Madam Clerk, we're ready for a vote.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Representative Greshko. I was not paying enough attention to our Zoom colleagues. Please proceed.
Quickly, Mr. Chair, thank you. Can you give me us a couple of highlights of the difference between the JF and the JFS language in this bill, please?
As mentioned, this shifts the majority from the RWA entity to the AWA or the Aquarian entity, and most importantly, it reestablishes full PURA oversight for a quasi-public of this nature. So there are really two elements to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for making that very clear. Coming from a municipality that is going to be affected by this, we really appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Other questions or comments? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you clarify the whole quasi-public, combined quasi-public would be subject to PURA oversight? Is that correct? Or is it just Aquarian?
I believe at this time it would only affect this particular entity, but we would have to work on the language to make sure that we appropriately define any future entities that might also fall under this. So I think your point's well taken. As a quasi-public, there aren't a lot of those out there. So right now it's rather limited, but we will look very carefully at the language to make sure that we are targeting the appropriate entities.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions or comments? Representative Mashinsky for the second time.
Okay, why is it 6 on, you said 6 members from Aquarian and 5 from RWA? Why don't you have it equal?
We felt at the time, and this is open for conversation, that the larger territory serving the largest number of customers should have a majority. We could have decided to do it proportionate to population and made it much more in favor of the acquiring customers, but chose to have a simple majority, but it's open for conversation. Thank you, Senator Mashinsky. Senator Nealman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to weigh in too heavily on this. To get this out of committee, I'm going to vote yes on it. I do have some concerns about the bill, had some concerns about the law that we passed, but I do want to address one thing that Representative Mashinsky said. Water quality is governed by the Department of Public Health, not defined by who runs the company. And the Aquarion Water Company was definitely owned by a foreign company prior to Eversource. Then Eversource, Connecticut Water is a company, you know, and they're in my district. They are owned by the San Jose Water Company. If I was writing the book from chapter 1, which we never get a chance to do, I would basically want, and this is sort of a nuanced area because I think small municipals work well in certain circumstances, even though I think in some regard they tend to free ride on other stuff that we have to do as a state. But more importantly, I think that if I was writing the book all over again, I would say that large-scale public utilities that serve a large number of customers should be investor-owned utilities that exist in the state in which they serve their customers. I think that buying utilities across state lines, buying utilities across international borders is a big mistake. I think that what we have seen happen is that we have a lot of these agglomerated public utilities. It's not just limited to the state of Connecticut, that are in regulated and unregulated businesses that operate in multiple jurisdictions, that sell multiple products, and the regulatory framework in the United States of America does not adequately take that into account. You do not have regulators that operate over state lines. FERC is at its best sort of oversees and rubber stamps transmission, which is the fastest growing part of the electric bill, but we don't have an adequate regulatory framework. So my cursory knowledge of water utilities is that water utilities should be on a 100-year infrastructure replacement schedule, because water utilities are so different. They're not really selling a product that they pay for. They get the product for free. They then have to maybe treat it, maybe sell it to you as it is. They have to test it, but they have to maintain infrastructure, and the cost of the infrastructure is the key here. But sometimes you can underspend, and sometimes you can overspend. If the typical water utility has got a 100-year schedule for major infrastructure replacement, which I guess is the sort of gold standard, I'm not sure that we're seeing that from all of the quasi-public municipal-owned water utilities. My job here as a senator, regardless of my own district, which is not impacted by this, my job here as a senator starts with protecting the ratepayers and the customers of the state of Connecticut. As I know you're concerned about the water quality, I'm concerned about maybe not spending enough, right? That sometimes utilities that are subject to municipal demands, being a municipal CEO, I know that we always chase the lowest price. And when we chase the lowest price, the easiest thing in business to sort of look the other way on are capital and R&D. Capital being an enormous cost, and I think that at the end of the day, the legislation that's been proposed may be a sweet spot for taking this quasi-public, and I think it bears a better understanding of whether it's the entire entity. I think that the good representative mentioned that because the existing RWA structure is quasi-public and has been. I can't comment on the work that they do. I know that their rates are higher as it is right now. But I think that, that at this size and scale, we're creating the largest water company in the state of Connecticut, and at least some oversight from an independent regulator, not somebody who's appointed by the people that they're regulating, is the right thing. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Senator. Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don't want to belabor this issue. Obviously, there's a lot of moving parts to this deal. I would just flag that in our corner of the state, represent Groton, Michigan, Stonington, and there's a significant portion of the community that is served by Aquarian. I would note that Aquarian, by and large, serves a good chunk of the opposite side of the state, and we're not at all surrounded by any other Aquarian, customers or customer base. And so my question is, certainly this won't be the last water company sale in the state. We'll see many more for many years to come, small, large, everything in between. And so when we talk about local control, right, has there been any conversation or consideration even amongst the communities right now about sort of local control in the future as it relates to this deal? Because I do know that there are some folks that I represent who have expressed concern whether they remain as a private investor-owned utility or ultimately with this deal moving forward with RWA, that ultimately for a tiny little area in southeastern Connecticut, the oversight and ownership of that company is still far away from southeastern Connecticut. So should there be any interest in the future, in say a municipality, for example, acquiring a piece of that system, a system that has a reservoir, mind you, right, the ability to generate our own water, what does that conversation look like in the context of kind of this legislation?
Thank you for that question, Representative. I confess I do not recall that specific concern coming up in our conversations on this point. If anything, the trend has been for smaller companies to be bought out by the larger companies who have the wherewithal to address infrastructure and operating needs that some of these small mom and pop organizations, and we used to have well over 100 of them in the state, are increasingly stressed to try to accomplish. So for the most part, the trend has been in the other direction. You raise an interesting point. It's not our intent to bully small water companies by any stretch of the imagination, and we will take that into consideration. Other questions or comments? If not, Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready for a vote.
This is a roll call vote on item number 11 of the agenda, House Bill 5249, an act amending the charter of the South Central Connecticut Regional Water Authority concerning the potential acquisition of a water company, to be JFS to the floor with LCO number 3100. Senator Needleman?
Yes.
Representative Steinberg?
Yes.
Senator Fazio?
Yes.
Representative Mara?
Yes.
Representative Sanchez?
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney? Senator Cabrera? Representative D'Amico? Representative Gresco?
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Representative Horn?
Rep. Horn votes yes.
Senator Marr? Senator McCrory? Representative Mushinski?
Mushinski votes no.
Representative Piscopo?
Yes.
Representative Yakarino. Representative Bucksbaum.
Yes.
Representative Constantine.
Yes.
Representative Buckby.
Yes.
Representative Foster. Representative Jensen.
Yes.
Representative Canino. Representative Winter.
Yes.
Representative Gauthier.
Subject to emergency calls while off duty.
Representative Hughes.
So that
Yes.
section is all by itself. And I don't think there's,
Representative Ali Brennan. Representative Baumgartner.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, we're holding the votes open until 5. Just a few more items to go here. Next up is item 13, House Bill 5337, an act concerning district heating system incentives. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Nealon. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Winter. This is, many of us refer to as the Bridgeport bill. This is our latest iteration of an effort to help them be successful. And it has been a challenge, and we understand that. There are some, we use the phrase moving parts. There's certainly moving parts in relation to this entire project. We beg the indulgence of the committee to get it out of committee so we can continue with conversations so that, if this project is viable, it moves forward. Are there any other comments or questions? Senator Fazio.
I will be voting no, and I think others will be voting no. This will impose several $1 million of cost potentially on gas consumers without an, I think, adequate return and benefit for the general public. When utility costs are very high, I think that is probably not the right course of action. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other comments or questions? Seeing none, we're ready for the vote. Madam Clerk.
This is a roll call vote on item number 13 of the agenda, House Bill number 5337, an act concerning district heating system incentives to be JF to the floor. Senator Needleman.
Yes.
Representative Steinberg.
Yes.
Senator Fazio.
No.
Representative Mara.
No.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney. Senator Cabrera. Representative D'Amico. Representative Gresco.
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Representative Horn.
Rep. Horn votes yes.
Senator Marr. Senator McCrory. I see you now, Senator Marr. Would you like to vote?
Yes, please. Senator Marr votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Mushinski.
No.
Representative Piscopo.
No.
Representative Yakarino. Representative Bucksbaum.
No.
Representative Constantine.
Yes.
Representative Buckby.
No.
Representative Foster. Representative Jensen.
No.
Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Winter.
Yes.
Representative Gauthier. Representative Hughes.
Smith out of hand.
Yes.
Right.
Representative Ali Brennan. Representative Baumgartner.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Once again, holding the votes open to 5 o'clock. Moving to item 15 on the agenda, House Bill 5036, an act streamlining residential solar permitting and energy infrastructure. This is a JF to the floor. Do we have a motion? Moved by Representative Winter, seconded by? Come on, people. Need a second here.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Baumgartner. It wasn't that hard, people. Come on, we can do this. Are there any comments or questions? Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be voting no on this bill today. I'm concerned about Section 3 and getting Department of Administrative Services into the business of being a banker for certain energy infrastructure projects. I don't want to place that liability on taxpayers. I am open to more discussions about other parts of the bill, but I'm going to vote no for that reason in committee today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We look forward to your input on how to address your issues. Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question. Looking through Section 1, I like the idea of cutting the red tape when we're dealing with permitting. That makes a lot of sense to me. I guess my question is this this also allows for the local control option that if they want to not have this permitting that's already done for them by DAS, then they can do their own. Would they be able to use the DAS's program to do their own? Or they're going to have to make up their own digital permitting process? And is there a cost on this? Are these things that you can answer?
I will attempt to. Thank you, Representative. The focus on streamlining is, I think, something that we can all agree is desirable. We were acquainted with the prospect of a particular application that would facilitate these activities. And what other states have done is they've had it embedded in a state agency so that all municipalities can be in contact, and there will be experts there to help them with whatever is required. But my understanding is the app is very straightforward. And experience has been that individual municipalities have acquired the technology. So to answer your question, I do believe they should be able to do that on their own. We might require some communication with the state on that regard, but it doesn't have to necessarily be under the auspices of the state. Again, this is intended as enabling to give municipalities access to something that might indeed achieve the end of streamlining, if that answers your question.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be a no today, but I am very interested in this process, and I hope we get it to where we want it to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think the focus on reducing red tape and reducing the costs, the soft costs of permitting, is hopefully something we can all agree on. We do want to be bringing more distributed resources online. We have the successor bill before us to look at the best way to do that in a way that's going to benefit individual homeowners and property owners installing solar, but also in a way that can lower costs for all ratepayers. And I think that the first thing we should do before we try to solve that big math equation is try to lower the overall cost of bringing new resources onto the grid. And the soft costs are a huge part of the costs in the United States of installing solar. In Australia, they have one permitting platform for the whole country. You can get a permit the next day. And because of that, they're bringing solar online for a fraction of the cost. I can't remember the exact fraction, but it's something mind-blowing. It's like a quarter or half of the same equipment, but the soft costs are much lower. Everything's faster and much more streamlined. So I think this really should be a priority for us, but I think we should look at it in the context of how this can pair with the successor program. Both the timeline, I think we'd want to get this automated system up and running before the successor program, as well as the focus in the successor program on pairing with storage. This version of the bill it just focuses on PV, doesn't include storage. And then the other detail that came up in the committee, or the hearing, which I think is important, is that it's capped at 12 kilowatts, but the current residential programs capped at 25. So lining those up would be logical. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Good catches. Obviously, the successor programs themselves are open for discussion at this point, but when we get to some sort of consensus, it would be important to make sure that it aligns with other bits of legislation. As for trying to get it all done before the successor program, at the rate we're going, there's a chance of that. But I'm not sure I'm prepared to hard link the two of them at this point. Other comments? Senator Fazio.
I just want to say that I appreciate Representative Winter's comments, especially Section 1 of the bill is one where I think you'll see broad interest in it, and it's represents an effort that has been undertaken in different states of all different political dispositions, and hopefully there can be permitting reform that reduces the costs of developing any source of energy, including renewables. So those are parts of the bill I think you'll see even members who vote no today be very interested in addressing in any legislation. So thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like at least we have enough common ground that we can continue the conversation. Other comments? Representative D'Amico.
Just want to make sure which bill we're on, Mr. Chair, because I was out of the room for a couple of minutes.
This is the last item on the agenda, item 15.
This is the last item on the agenda. Okay, just in the nick of time. I appreciate your calling on me. I noticed that in some of the testimony there were some concerns expressed about Section 2, which allows for charging stations to be established without an environmental impact evaluation. I don't know. Again, I was out of the room, unfortunately. Was that discussed earlier or not?
You're the first representative.
I am. Okay. Well, I have some problems with Section 2 for that reason. Just wondering if before I state my disagreement, just wondering, is there a particular reason why that section is considered to be integral to the bill?
Again, I would caution this is a work in progress, and I'm not sure any one section of the bill is more integral than the other at this juncture. These are all based upon input we've received. Again, to your point, having read the testimony, it does pose a question that we do want to make sure that the environment is protected. I'm sure in further conversation, we might stipulate conditions in which environmental reviews are still required. It may have to do with the scale or location, but I think it's a valid consideration.
Would the chair be willing to entertain a motion to strike Section 2 and leave all the remaining sections intact?
I'm willing to follow the rules. Does that mean I'm excited about it? Not particularly, but okay. Are you making a motion, sir?
I believe that I am. I would like to make a motion to strike Section 2 from the bill.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Fazio. Discussion. Representative D'Amico.
Yeah, so we received testimony from the Sierra Club as well as Save the Sound, and particularly the Save the Sound noted that the environmental impact evaluation process requires, among other things, an accounting of positive and negative impacts of a proposed project, exploration of alternatives, so on and so forth. And they note that it would be dangerous to set a precedent for excluding development projects from the EIE process. So I don't claim to be an expert on this, Mr. Chair, but unless someone can give me a good reason as to why we should exclude anything of this nature from the EIE process, I'm going to favor my motion.
I imagine you would favor your motion. I will only argue that I can foresee circumstances of a very small, simple project in certain circumstances for which a full review may be overkill. However, perhaps we can actually create a carve-out whereby perhaps we could have a streamlined environmental permitting in those circumstances. I think we're both speculating here. I think personally it's premature to excise this section as it is part of a work in progress. I can only assure the good representative that we will take his comments into consideration as we move forward. And in fact, if the good representative chooses to be involved, we would welcome that. So
Chair.
having said that,
Mr. Chair, if I could just chime in, for the record, I'd ask that the Legislative Commissioner's Office be empowered to make any technical and conforming changes should this amendment pass.
thank you. Rarely do we have our lawyers volunteer for extra work, but we will definitely take that into account. Thank you for that. I would basically say that I will not be voting in favor of this amendment, and I will leave it at that. Senator Fazio for the second time or third on the plus count.
I think I am willing to vote yes for the motion today because I'm a little surprised that it would only be carving out projects that receive state funding as I read it. So I think I will vote yes on the motion for the moment, but I'm open to persuasion either way because it's the first I'm hearing of it being raised.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not entirely sure why, in reading this bill, why we would not require environmental impact. I mean, to me, the amendment makes total sense because we should always take into consideration environmental impact. We've been through this with how many other bills this year that are concerned in the legislature with citing council. Everything should be accepting some sort of environmental impact. I mean, it's very strange for me to say this, but my good friend from the 21st and I are in total agreement on this idea, this bill, and I think it's a great idea that we strike Section 2 from this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to spoil all the good agreement that's going on, but I disagree. And I think maybe it's a matter of fleshing this out, but it is limited to electric vehicle charging and solar photovoltaic on developed land. So this is land that's already been developed, and we're talking about putting solar panels or electric vehicle charging on it. It's really, conduit, wires, switchgear. These are not things that pose real environmental risks. And in the land, like I mentioned, has already been developed. We know that we have ambitious goals to try to reduce our carbon emissions, reduce pollution that impacts air quality and public health. Vehicle electrification is a huge way to do that. Transportation's the largest source of emissions, both of those classes of emissions. And then to the good senator's point, I think it's limited to state funding and that this kind of environmental assessment is required upon receiving state funding. So that environmental assessment process, which I really don't think is necessary for a project like this on developed land, really lengthens the amount of time it takes to get a project like this up and running and adds to the soft costs that we've been discussing. So I think, I view this as the, spirit of the abundance framework of trying to reduce red tape in situations where it makes sense to allow us to build more and bring more good things that we want to see online.
Thank you. It seems as if even good environmentalists can disagree on something like this, but I would choose to emphasize the common ground. We all agree that environmental protection is critically important, and we're trying to find a path that provides both efficiency and good outcomes at the same time. So it's fairly reasonable for us to struggle with this a little bit. Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate my good colleague for bringing this up and bring this to our attention. I find this language a little strange in that an environmental impact evaluation, it seems to me, and I'm happy if anyone wants to clarify this, has to be done on land in which a charging station or solar voltaic facility is developed. But it's only carving it out if it receives state funding. If it doesn't receive state funding, do you have to do an environmental impact? Is that what it's saying? Is it only carving out for people that receive state funding?
I do believe that's a reasonable interpretation for those that don't fall under the carve-out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that also seems a little unfair. If we need environmental impact evaluations, we need them. If we don't need them, we don't need them. I don't think it should have to do with whether you receive state funding or you don't receive state funding. So I'm going to support my colleague on this.
Thank you, Representative. Other comments or questions? Representative Winder for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on that point, if I want to put a charging station in my garage or my driveway, I don't need to get an environmental impact evaluation because it's private property. There are no state funds involved. But in this case, if you're receiving state funds, you're subject to the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act, and then the environmental impact study is required as a condition of receiving the state funds. So that's why they're trying to make a carve out from that requirement, which is only relevant if you're receiving the state funds. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Representative. Representative D'Amico for the second time before Representative Buckby for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note for everyone's benefit that this Section 2 does not limit the exclusion of the environmental impact evaluations just to charging infrastructure. It also says, and again, I'm happy to be corrected, but it also says on line 169, 170, or for the installation or construction of a solar photovoltaic facility. So this is more than just charging stations. It also includes solar photovoltaic facilities, if I'm reading this correctly, Mr. Chair.
I cannot argue with your interpretation, Representative, so there it is. Representative Buckby for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's odd that twice in one argument we agree. You beat me to the punch. That's what I wanted to bring up. This could play into a lot of major issues. That's A. And B, regardless, I think if it's, I think we're not going far enough if we're worried about the environmental impact. If the good representative does want to install one at his home in New Haven, but there could be a water runoff issue, there could be a concern with it, by golly, we should be looking at that. We should be taking a look at that, especially if there's state funding. But looking at what we're seeing lately, I've been bringing up this whole concept of battery storage and why we have problems with the Siting Council across the board. We're not looking at all of our laws and regulations. They're kind of stepping on each other. And this side of the thing, especially when you talk about a facility that we've been talking about, and I feel bad that my good friend from East Windsor is not here to have this discussion on this piece of this legislation. I'm sure she would be in total agreement that we need to make sure this is struck from what we have. I mean, honestly, I don't know why we'd want to keep Section 2 in the bill. So I appreciate my good friend from New Haven's comments, but I honestly believe that we need to look out for our environment. We need power, that's lovely, but without drinking water or anything else in the environment, we're in really big trouble. So we need to make sure that we don't overlook environmental impacts, especially out of this committee, to try to do that to anyone. So I just can't believe you beat me to the punch on pulling that part out of there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I can take all your points except for focusing on Representative Winter's house and whatever he installs there. We're not adding him to the list. Okay. All right. Other questions or comments? Should be an interesting vote. We're voting on the amendment, just to be clear.
Okay, so I just want to, would you mind repeating for the benefit of the members what the amendment is, Mr. Chair, just so we're all clear?
Thank you. I would think it's relatively straightforward, but I will try to encapsulate it as well as I can. The amendment is to remove Section 2 from the bill. Does anybody have any questions about that? If not, we are ready for the vote. Madam Clerk.
This is a roll call vote on amendment letter A for item number 15 of the agenda, House Bill number 5036, an act streamlining residential solar permitting and energy infrastructure. This is a vote on the amendment. Senator Needleman,
I vote no on the amendment.
Representative Steinberg,
No?
Senator Fazio,
Yes.
Representative Mara,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes. I'm sorry, take that back. Withdraw that. Representative Sanchez votes no.
got it, thank you. Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes no on the amendment.
Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes on the amendment.
Representative Gresco,
Rep. Gresco votes no.
Representative Horn,
Horn votes no.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes no.
Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
Pass?
so that's an abstain? No, it's a pass. A pass? Oh, sorry. Representative Piscopo,
Yes.
Representative Yacarino, Representative Bucksbaum,
Yes.
Representative Constantine,
No.
Representative Buckby,
Yes.
Representative Foster, Representative Jensen, Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Winter,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
No.
Representative Hughes, Representative Hughes, Representative Ali Brennan, Representative Baumgardner,
No.
go back to Representative Mushinski,
Yes.
and Representative Hughes, I see you online.
Do we have a tally?
Hold
Madam?
on, I didn't vote. Representative Yacarino votes yes.
Late breaking news. Do we have a
Thank you.
tally?
Give me one
Madam
second.
Clerk?
Total tally is 10 yay, 11 nay, 5 abstain. The amendment does not pass.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Wasn't that exciting? Everybody have fun with that? I will just say for those who did not prevail in this instance that this will be part of our conversation going forward, and we very much appreciate noting that. We can now return to the bill unamended as JF'd. Are there any other comments or questions? If not, Madam Clerk, we're ready for a vote.
This is a roll call vote on item number 15 of the agenda, House Bill number 5036, an act streamlining residential solar permitting and energy infrastructure to be JF to the floor. Senator Needleman,
Senator Needleman votes yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes.
Senator Fazio,
No for today.
Representative Mara,
No.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Rep. Horn votes yes.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
Mushinski, yes.
Representative Piscopo,
No.
Representative Yakarino,
No.
Representative Bucksbaum,
No.
Representative Constantine, Representative Buckby,
No.
Representative Foster, Representative Jensen,
No.
Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Concerns that I have
Refuse.
over this.
Yes.
Representative Ali Brennan, and Representative Baumgardner.
Yes.
Give me 1 second. Representative Sanchez. Representative Sanchez, would you like to vote on item number 15?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Representative Sanchez, do not go towards the light. The last item we have on this agenda is to deal with the consent calendar. Just to reiterate for everyone's benefit, this includes item 2, Senate Bill 244, item 3, Senate Bill 245, item 4, Senate Bill 246, item 5, Senate Bill 320, item 6, Senate Bill 321, item 8, House Bill 5246, item 12, House Bill 5336, and item 14, House Bill 5338. Madam Clerk, take us home.
This is a roll call vote on the consent calendar, which includes item number 2, Senate Bill 244, to be JFS to the floor with LCO 3414. Item number 3, Senate Bill 245, with a JF to the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Item 4, Senate Bill 246, to be JF to the floor. Item 5, Senate Bill 320, to be JF to the floor. Item 6, Senate Bill 321, JFS to the floor with LCO number 3355. Item number 8, House Bill number 5246, to be JF to the floor. Item number 12, House Bill number 5336, to be JF to the floor. And item 14, House Bill number 5338, to be JF to the floor. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes.
Senator Fazio,
Yes.
Representative Mara,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Horn votes yes.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
Yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Yes.
Representative Yakarino, Representative Bucksbaum,
Yes.
Representative Constantine, Representative Buckby,
Yes.
Representative Foster, Representative Jensen,
Yes.
Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan, and Representative Baumgartner.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And once again, the votes will be held open until 5 p.m. today. Our next meeting is this Thursday, I believe, at 1 o'clock, where we will be considering additional bills to discuss and move out of committee. Until such time, we are in recess.
Senator Mar, I can take your votes.
Yes, I believe I missed one,
Yes, looking right now.
maybe number 11 or something.
11.
Yes. Senator Mar votes yes.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Nice job, everyone. Had a little fun.
All right, Rep. Warren.
But it's still only 3 o'clock.
Okay, I have no idea what I missed. I think I missed number 1. Go ahead. No, I didn't. I'll leave it to you.
So for item number 7,
So maybe we can work that out.
that was House Bill 5245.
Yep. Yes.
And then item 9, that's House Bill 5247.
Yes.
All right, and then I have you for everything else.
Great. Thank you very much.
No problem, thank you. Sarah Foster. Can you hear me?
Hi,
Hey.
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
So I missed the consent agenda and I'm assuming at least one other.
Yes. All right, so we'll start with item number 10.
I voted the affirmative.
Oh,
Sorry.
now the YouTube is behind. Let me turn that off. Okay, there we go.
I vote in the affirmative.
Awesome. Then we have item 11.
I vote in the affirmative.
Item 13,
I vote in the affirmative.
15,
In the affirmative.
and then the consent calendar.
In the affirmative.
You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
All right. Let's go through. So for item number 1, Senate Bill 243, how do you vote?
Yes.
All right. Item 7, I don't have the bill number out.
1 second.
That one's 5245. How do you vote?
Let me just remember these. That was the aggregation programs. I'm a yes on that one.
Okay. All right. Item 9, that's test bed technologies.
Yes.
Item 10, 5248.
Yes.
Item 11, that one's the Aquarion.
Yes.
All right. Item 13, district heating system incentives.
Yes.
Item 15, solar permitting and energy infrastructure, that's 5036.
Yes as well.
And then we just have the consent calendar.
Which I'm a yes on.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Where are we going?
Hi, Senator. Oh, he's still connecting to audio. Hi, Senator. I think you're still on mute.
I'm on mute now? No more.
You're good now.
Okay.
All right. So first up was item 1, so that's Senate Bill 243.
Yes.
Then, oh, I have mine out of order. Item 7, that was 5245.
Yes.
Then item 10, 5248.
Yes.
Then we have item 9, 5247.
Yes.
Then item 11, 5249.
Yeah.
Then item 13, 5337.
Yeah.
Item 15, 5036.
Yeah.
And then the consent calendar.
Yes.
All right, you're all set.
Thank you.
No problem. Have a good day.
Yep. Mm.
Hey, Abby, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
So I don't have a vote for you yet for item 10, which is HB 5248.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
All right, and then let me just double check. Oh, so then 5249, that's the Aquarion bill.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Okay. Then item 13, bill number 5337.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
All right, then I've got you for everything else.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. Goodbye.